Morning. Jesus. Hello, hello. Morning, guys. So, not much to really say. It's the same range as Friday. Just need to see a break over this like 45 to 47 area for upside, or a break below this 40 to 38.75 below. I've got to see, it's just Globex high and Globex low. This range is the exact same one from yesterday, from Friday. Nothing's changed.
US World futures turning positive
So,
after falling $1 a barrel early in the session.
this will be our balance until we see break and the ability to hold, the break, ability to hold. We've got NQES both testing value low. We have RTY testing value high here. So ideally we see bounces all around if we're gonna hold. You'd like to see that the Russell is able to maintain value high here, and yes, is able to hold swap at our value low. NQ can hold here at value low, where we can come fully down to retrace these candles and our entire range. And again, like if value doesn't hold, you either need to see a rebid back over it to show that it will on a retest, or we're probably going to be coming down to this Globex high and our VWAP here on the Russell. See if a bid steps in. This is about
EU
as
proposes the
low as
first
I'd
trade
want to
curbs
see
on Chinese
gas
firms
go.
over the Russia war. So again, just to repeat that there, EU proposes first trade curbs on Chinese firms over the Russia war. So Bank of England says the APF gilt sale operation cover ratio of 2.88 and selling £800 million of bonds in the auction, receiving £2.3 billion of bids.
So far, buyer at 43s is tempting to hold. Not as strong as I'd like to see. And keep pushing below 24s. But nothing yet to tell me that it's not going to hold with the Russell retesting. We need to see the lift here on RTY if you want this to hold off of this look below. I need to see a strong bid on the Russell, or you're going to have both RTY rejecting value high and NQ rejecting value low at the same time, which would be a larger move downside.
So just taking a look
So
into
have
the
a
EU
pretty tight
proposes
stop
the
here if
first
you're
trade
attempting this
curbs on
43.
Chinese firms over the Russia war. So the European Union has proposed new trade restrictions on about 24 firms, including 3 based in China, accused of supporting Russia's war efforts in Ukraine. So the restrictions would ban European firms from trading with the listed firms as a part of the bloc's efforts to crack down on Russia's ability to get its hands on sanctioned goods through companies in third countries. The EU had previously proposed listing several Chinese firms, but those proposals were dropped following resistance from some member states after Beijing provided assurances.
Are looking good. Coming up to our value high. So if you're in it from 43s, you need to be risking off into 45s, or at least moving your stop to break even at 43 until we get over 45s. We have a really tight range right now on ES. And if you feel like you missed the move, where you didn't, we still need to break out. But you've basically just traded from the mid of the range to the high of the range. So now we need to see this become supportive. If it fails, right, we're just in a 3-point range. Well, it is what it is until we break out. Morning, Ty.
New York Community Bank or rising more than 10%.
So again, we need to get over this 45 here on ES. Ideally, a push over 45s and then a hold of Globex high to show that we want to break out of this range. For NQ, we need to see a push over our weekly POC at 32.75 as well as VWAP, so right above us. Russell leading up, good sign, looks good. Just need to see the rest of the market follow suit. Again, if you are unwilling to try to participate at that 43 level on ES, that's no big deal. Just need to see a break of this blue zone above us and the ability to hold for continuation out of here. This can easily just come right back down. We're in a really small range.
So in about 3 minutes time now, we are expecting to hear comments from ECB's Cipollone. So ECB Cipollone joins a panel discussion on the Euro 25 and what's next for the EMU during the European Parliamentary Week 2024 in Brussels. So again, this was scheduled for 10:50, now been rescheduled for 10 a.m.
What happens when life breaks down? God himself puts his arms around you. Welcome home. Welcome home.
So surely expecting comments from ECB's Cipollone. Again, if you'd like to watch the video live, you can by clicking the entry onto the calendar. Text will also be made available by ECB Cipollone in about 30 seconds time now. ECB Cipollone says there's no need for monetary policies to generate further slack to keep inflation in check with demand weak. Inflation expectations are anchored.
All right. Get out of here. To reverse down on.
Fed's Bowman says as many risks remain for the Fed's inflation fight. And it's too soon to project when and how much Fed will cut rates. And ECB's Cipollone's full speech is available on the feed for all those interested. Fed's Bowman says, I don't see cuts as appropriate in the immediate future.
And for pullbacks to here, basically. Across the board. 24s. Just VWAP or 43. Yes. Russell can come down a bit further once. This node that we have here.
So Fed's Bowman's speaking during the Q&A session following her speech.
No one in the world has ever said their charts. I have the worst UI of all time. The hell is Rizzo Trades? Rizzo Trade. Good man.
Fed's Bowman says the current Fed policy rate is in the right place.
Yeah, and either you're willing to attempt here at this 42-43 area and hoping that liquidity continues to persist at value lows across the board, or you are waiting for value high, Globex high to become supportive on ES. Either attempt here at the mid of this range or the low of our current opening, this 42 to 43, or you can attempt breakouts over value high and Globex high for a break of this range. Note that if this 42-43 does not sustain, that we will come down to our Globex low. If you are attempting off of the 2024 on NQ, this is your first risk off into 34s. It's also your first risk off into ES 44s. If this does not become supportive, this is where we expect sellers to reoffer, to push price down.
So Bitcoin rises to $49,000 for the first time in a month. So that's the highest level since December 2021.
This is basically your make or break point here for sellers. Either sellers reject this 24 on NQ, right, on this little look above off of failing here. We're looking to see if sellers now are able to maintain this or a push down, or if they are now offsides here and we get a push back up to our view up. Same thing for 43s on ES and our value high here on RTY. We're looking to see if this is going to fail here. If it does, then we look for one more leg down. 2030. Here's your test. Ideally, we don't fail and sellers are not in control, but just be prepared that this is where we are looking for our offer.
So just taking a look at the Fear and Greed Index, 78 out of 100, equaling extreme greed. And the Crypto Fear and Greed Index, 70 out of 100, equaling greed. Just taking a look at the VIX, so currently up 5.2% on the session at 13.6.
Really keeping on the Russell here the most, as this is the one that led to the downside move. Looking for this to value high again to become supportive on this retest on the look above. ES is at our pivot, NQ is at our pivot, so really can the Russell stay in here or it be our leading downside factor. I'd like to see NQ be able to now hold 24s again on this bit above. Until we can make VWAPs supportive. Really, there's not much to trade here unless you're willing to scalp value up. Morning, Kevin. I think if you struggle with range trading or small term like scalping, you should probably just wait. Again, it's a very tight range right now. When your value low is at 43 and your value high is at 45, you don't have a lot of room for error. So please, just like either wait for an extreme, you look for a reversion, or wait for that to hold and then look for continuation. This is our target again on NQ at value. This is our POC, our VWAP, the middle of our range. So you're looking for this to become supportive, or this is where we expect sellers to be positioned once again. We are looking for 42 to become supportive on NQ for upside. We are looking for 45 to 46 to become supportive for upside, or this will be the high. Hello, Gav. Hey, man. I don't know what's going around, but something's going on. Our IB close. Watching Russell here, trying to sustain the highs. So far NQ holding BU up decently well. Need to get a push over this 40-44. Make that supportive. This is our first look on ES on a break of blowbacks. We're now just looking for this 45 to 46 to become supportive on a retest. This is the top of our range. If we want more upside, this is where we'll be looking for buyers to be a bit more energetic to support this break, or we can come right back down. You ideally want 45s the whole time. You look into it, you want it to be bought up quickly.
According to a research piece, Bank of America sees the S&P 500 rising this year, even if the Fed doesn't cut rates. So the S&P 500 can still extend its climb this year, even if the Fed doesn't scale back interest rates, according to their quantitative strategists.
Not a huge fan of this bid so far, but it is holding. Need to see NQ bounce here as well at 40s. Russell stagnant. Market's pretty slow. You have buyers attempting here to try to push us through with a bit of speed on tape, but getting absorbed at this 50 on NQ. Not too sure who's gonna win this one yet. It's looking like a slow grind to Globex high here for NQ before we figure out if we need to retest value high yet, or if just make it supportive immediately. This market is so slow. Again, for ES, we're just looking for 40 vibes to remain supportive, for price to basically be able to just find acceptance above value high, which is the dotted line. So where our green is, for a flag to be able to be made here and developed out, and for the Russell to be able to continue pushing. Really keeping an eye on what happens here into our 60 on, and that is our Globex high. Should be our first indication if we're going to need a pullback to value high on NQ at 44, or if we can just keep going. Sellers failed pretty spectacularly there at 46s on ES. I'd like to see that be able to maintain now as support on any attempt again. There's your test into our 60s and then Q, Globex high. See if there's some profit taking or if we can immediately make it supportive. I'm gonna risk off one ES here and just keep my average at 2 now.
S&P
See if we
500
can
hits an
get
intraday
any
record, the
continuation.
last up 0.1% on the session.
Everything still looks good still for buy side. I just think that there's a decent amount of potential for a pullback. So want to take off some of my average just because if we come back down to 46s, I'll just bid there again. Watching our reaction around this Globex high on NQ and Russell kind of stagnating a bit. NQ just a straight line up ever since our low on the recovery of value low. Testing our previous high, right? So this is really it. Above this, we target 58, but I'd like to see this become supportive first. Our previous highs, like this 48.50, is our previous all-time high. If this doesn't hold, we just expect a pullback to value before we look for more upside.
So in just over 10 minutes time now, we do get the New York Fed 1-year inflation expectations.
Is it allowed? Okay. Okay. I've got the target 3 at 58.50, and I've got our ADR high at 56.15. So we just have this area marked as where we expect resistance to. Just a fib target plus a average daily range target. But I mean, it's all just speculative. There's a ton to go off of up here, right? No man's land. Just looking at see if NQ can maintain Globex high now, or if we're going to need to come back down to this value target. I personally would like to see us come back down to retest value. But you know, it is what it is. I think this move would have a bit more sustainability if we came back down to fixed structure before, but it's completely fine if we just hold 60s and can bid. Like that's just, I mean, it's just bullish. But it just makes it a little less hard to kind of position yourself if you're not already in from either value low, value high, right? You now have to be playing off of this Globex high, which is just not the most confident position to take, but it's definitely manageable. I personally would have liked to have seen a push back down into this, and then a really strong bid here. But again, it is perfectly fine for us to now just maintain Globex high as supportive. The problem is if we start to see any sort of like fizzling out from buy side here, that this becomes a lot more aggressive to the downside. Just for the mean reversion. That's why, again, like, value test sooner than later would be nice, so that this, when the sell happens, it's not going to hurt as badly, you know? But until then, it is just an idea. It's not a bad thing if people want to position at Globex high and they don't think that they need to come down to you know, that 44. Just means that there's more trend. I think our first signs of any potential weakness are going to be like this Russell stagnation here at the highs. And if it can no longer maintain higher lows, because right now it's just chopping, right? It's slow grinding up, but you're really dependent on NQ this move, specifically like the tech sector. So if like NQ loses any sort of momentum, that's when we want to start paying attention. Until then, it's just push up from our break of value. So I'm just going to like pretty
In 5 minutes' time, now
casually
we do get
move
the New
stops
York
up,
Fed 1-year inflation
but
expectations.
not really expecting too much until I see like either the Russell start to show us a leading signal that it wants to come back down to value, or a complete loss of momentum on NQ for me to think that we're going to get a larger pullback. Until then, it's just basically managing your trade and trend. So just moving your stops up and looking for a continuation of higher lows. How many people refused to trade this range, but still didn't take the breakout trade of 45s to 46s becoming supportive? How many people were waiting for this setup and then didn't take the setup? Well, it's not balance. That's the break of balance. That was the exact trade that I talked about. We're bad at trading balance. Well, I just want to I want to point that out because I think it's important because it's a different thing when you look historically at something to be like, oh yeah, that was clearly the option. But it's like we prepared that trade, right? It's the break balance and the ability for it to bid and hold there. So it's one of those things where you have to be prepared for and understand like what to look for before it happens, because it's gonna be like, oh yeah, like no shit, we should have bought here. But like this is the plan, right? For us to now make this supportive for a push out. But in the moment it feels bad because you're looking at this as the top of the range. And you have to just be willing to bite the bullet on it and have a tight stop and play off of it, understanding like if that 45 doesn't continue to bid, that we're going to come back down to the bottom of the range. That's just like an execution thing, and something that like you need to remember what your state of mind was at the time and kind of go back and review. I think it's really important because we had the trade planned, right? You had the idea, but then once we got there, execution told you, your brain was like, nope, not doing it. And is that because you tried attempting to play balance multiple times before and got burned, right? Like what was the thing that made it so that it felt like that wasn't a great opportunity? These are the things where journaling is going to help you quite a bit.
1 minute to go now till we get the New York Fed 1-year inflation expectations.
Watching the Russell kind of lead here. It's down. Need to see if our stack trend is going to be able to hold. Or if this is going to be the first signal that we're going to need to come back down.
Three percent of the New York Fed 1-year inflation expectations. 3%. Prior read was 3.01%. So the New York Fed says the January expected rise in gas prices the lowest since December 2022, and the expected inflation rises soften for food, gas, rent, medical costs, and college education. Perceptions of access to credit improved in January, and the New York Fed says the expected income growth rises by 2.8% in January. That's versus 2.5% in December, and the January expected food rise lowest since March 2020, rent since December 2020. Again, just to repeat that there, January expected food rise the lowest since March 2020, rent since December 2020. ECB's Bush says Eurozone banks are unprepared for some of the new economic and political risks they face. New York Fed says the labor market expectations mixed in January.
Just one left
says
here.
The January expected home
Looking for
price
pullbacks.
rise unchanged at 3%. The New York Fed says the January 3-year expected inflation at 2.4%, lowest since March 2020 versus December's 2.6%. The 5-year expected inflation unchanged at 2.5%.
Looking for the Russell to either maintain its current low at this 47.3 or come back down to 44.7 here at our stacked rebid reversal line. NQ just has this gap that it can fill. Technically, back to this node at 66s. Ideally, we're able to continue to bid here at 71s, but just understand that we do have a ability to come back down to this node, just with this Russell kind of lagging to the downside. Everything kind of just coming to a like profit taking, right at our second reversal time period, where we expect after a trend up, just X to are more likely to happen. We just need to see how far these pullbacks are going to come down. Ideally, ES is able to hold this 48-49 area. There's your low volume node fill on NQ, back to our Globex high. This is where we'll see if a bid will step in, just where this basing occurred. If this Globex high does not maintain, just look for a pushback down to value. So we really want to see a bid be able to maintain here.
Seeing treasury yields extend climb 10-year exceeds forcible 19%. We have posted out the New York Fed expectations for inflation on the financial news feed for you to read through.
The VTOL chat. So things look pretty good still. NQ filled the LVN. It has not broken out, right? But we don't need it to because the Russell is able to catch a bid. We just need one of these things to go and the other one to be able to just kind of like chill sideways for ES to get movement, which is not bad. When they all go together, that'll be great. But everything's still just kind of sustaining. Right, you just had a rotation from NQ leading to then the Russell leading. Russell now retesting our highs. See if we can get the break or if this is going to be it. We need NQ to ideally be able to recover this node above for continuation, or for the Russell to get a much more significant bid to continue pushing ES up. Without both of them kind of going at the same time, you're just going to have this slow grind up that's going to be pretty hard to get into new positions. Worst case scenario is going to be NQ failing to get back over this node, as well as the Russell rejecting at the highs, where you then have NQ retesting a lower pivot and NQ testing the higher pivot, both at resistance in a sense, right? If they both show weakness, that's when things can get iffy.
Fed bids for 3-month bills total $7.2 billion, and Fed bids for 6-month bills total $6.4 billion.
Whoa, grind up. Pushing into our first target here on ES, this 56. And this 56 to 58 is just kind of the zone where we're going to be seeing if there's profit taking. That's your ADR high. Well, it's just our fib target. Oh. So again,
In 10 minutes' time now, we do get the 3 and 6 month bill auctions. So the US selling $79 billion of 3-month bills with a prior high yield of 5.235% and a prior bids cover of 2.91. The US selling $70 billion of 6-month bills with a prior high yield of 5.045% and a prior bids cover of 2.91.
so if we were just considering this balance, right, we're looking for the mid to be able to sustain bids, and then from there, us to be able to build at our value high or a continuation up. Like, if you're unwilling to play this range, you just need to wait for buyers to show that they are present where our sellers used to be, and then play off of that area and be willing to try. So like, if you're unwilling to play off of here, that's fine, right? You can wait, but you have to then be looking for acceptance. What does it mean if we see failure to push below the mid, and then we see price then able to break previous high? Well, now we're watching to see if this is going to be a look above and fail, and then we look for a reoffer here for a continuation down again. But if buyers are willing to defend this, we need to respect that. So this didn't happen, right? We then were able to defend that low, and we were able to lift off of it. That's buyers shifting value, right? So if you're unwilling to play balance, just perfectly fine, acceptable, right? You have to then have a mechanical trade ready if you're unwilling to trade the range that's been given. Why are you waiting if not to look for this trade or look for this trade? Pushing in the target now at 58. Move stops up. NQ testing new high here. Sub ratio.
In 5 minutes time now we do get the 3 and 6 month bill auction. So the US selling $79 billion of 3-month bills, a prior high yield of 5.235% and a prior bids cover of 2.91. The US
Nice, man.
selling $70 billion of 6-month bills, a prior high yield of 5.045% and a prior bids cover of 2.91.
Hopefully there's some more opportunities that set up. That feel decent getting into. I'd like to be able to add to my average here. And not just have to like close, you know?
So according to an FP interview, IMF's Gopinov says it's important for central banks to move cautiously on rate cuts.
I think we have two choices really. In this kind of like slow grind trend, we usually see a couple different things play out. We see just these breaks of structure and then retests kind of being our pivots for short-term pullbacks, which is like pretty basic, nothing really crazy about that. But we need to be aware of these levels to see how price reacts on these really simple pullbacks. We can see that they play quite a bit in just this slow grindy trend. We see it over and over and over again, where price comes back down to a level where we saw just a little bit of accumulation, right? And then it bids again. So your first level to really watch here for any sort of minor pullback is going to just be this retest of our like 56 to 58 area, where we saw this previous little node build out. And you can just, again, like I'm just referencing this so that you can see that in slow grinding trend up, where it looks like there's no entry, you can play off of this previous structure to try to get back into a position or to play off of this. I would personally just be looking for basically stop at the low of that range and then your entry right there. Right, we're just looking to see if we can get back in off of this little node, and you do that over and over again, trying to look for positioning. It's not the greatest thing in the world, but it is basically the only opportunity that's being given to you on the short term, unless you're willing to wait for a stronger pullback. But with us kind of just like slow grinding up,
says we're looking at
these
the
kind of
US and
things
strength
are
of labor market and consumer sentiment.
where you're going
It
to be
would
watching.
make sense for the Fed to move cautiously and wait with rate cuts until the second half of 2024.
And that's just like structural thing, right? What you can do is you can add a anchored VWAP well off of like low, and we can do that for each one of these little moves to look for a pullback off of the last buyer attempt. So these can be areas where we look for pullbacks. Just delete this. But they
Surely
will
expecting the
offer
3
like
and
kind of
6
your
month
most
bill
minor
auctions. I'll leave
pullback
the
area.
3-month high yield.
And you can see that that aligns with that structural retest, just in the imbalances for a pullback down to this area before anything else. I'm just bringing that up for those that are looking like, be like, oh, how do I play this? Well, like if you're unwilling to buy off of the stacked cloud that already is giving you your trend, then you're also just looking for that break of structure and a push back down to our
We have posted out
to that
the
area
link to the
to
live
kind of
stream
look to see if there's
of
any
where
interest.
Kenneth is speaking. You just have to sign up with the email and then it'll lead you straight to it. Kenneth adds that we're seeing improvement in consumer sentiment in the US, and real wages are increasing, and that could help lift sentiment further.
This is one of the reasons why we developed out stacked with the trend cloud, right, and the rebid reversal line to look for those pullbacks in trend. It's just remember that. Like one of its best use cases.
High yield 5 spot 23%, 5 spot 23% with a bid to cover a 2 spot 92, 2 spot 92, 6 month high yield 5 spot 0.65%, 5 spot 0.65% with a bid to cover of 2 spots 77, 2 spot 77. So the US is selling $76 billion of 6 month bills, awards 62.75% of bids at high, and the US selling $86 billion of 3 month bills and awards 48.04% of bids at high.
Pushing into our next stag target here at 65s. Just a fib target off of the 15-minute. Find that the 15-minute targets are usually pretty solid. Just as to become like a line in the sand where we want to see price make this supportive off of. Usually see like an interaction like this, where we get low-key resistance and then it becomes a supportive on a retest. Push. Love to see if this can build, but again, it's just it's a fib target. So there's really no significance to it other than if you believe in fibs. Just trending up. What the hell is the 15-minute Gandalf opening range? Yeah, I mean, it's just the opening range. Watching our value high retest here on the Russell. On this look above. Would love to see a similar thing to what we were just talking about, where we get a little bit of a structure to, and then we're looking to see if this edge is in play on a rebid.
Condensary Media putting out a piece from ECB's Wunsch saying risks are not big either way.
You're
whether we
basically
wait
just
for more
waiting for
data
the
or
Russell
not.
to find a low here. Ideally, again, it catches a bid, this area. As soon as we start to lose momentum, you have to remember, why would ES continue if NQ and RTY are both coming down to retest structure? Just looking for these to catch a bid, and then ES can continue on. So we look for areas of interest on those two names for pullbacks.
And we have posted that piece out on the Financial News feed for you to read through. So of course, just keeping an eye on the S&P 500 continuing to move higher. Stocks moving decidedly higher as Nvidia led a rally in chip makers, with traders awaiting key inflation data and a slew of Fed speakers. According to EIA, U.S. oil output from top shale producing regions in March due to rise to its highest since December 2023.
What's up, Grotto? Why are we mooning? We broke balance from this morning and then pushed. This is what we thought would happen on the break of our 2-week balance. We then were able to then hold our 12 to 20 area on Friday. That caused us to move to our 43 target. Our then 43, sorry, our like 30 to 43 then became supportive. We got a flag here. We're now pushing up to our next target at 70s.
So U.S. oil Permian Permian oil output due to rise in March to its highest since November 2023.
It's alright. I basically just like bed rot this weekend. Trying to get better. Just rested. Definitely not 100%, but feeling a bit better. Appreciate you. I hate sleeping on the weekends. It just feels like such a waste. It's like laying in bed. That's, you gotta do it sometimes.
Just a heads up, Biden is currently delivering remarks.
Boy. Take 10 Red Bulls. Early. So again, just to talk about, this is like the first area that we'll be really interested in here. You have a LVN edge here. So we'll be watching to see if buyers are interested in this LVN. They're willing to push price back up, right, off of this, any looks into it, or if this is going to become resistance for a push down to this previous edge here. The Russell just maintaining where we thought it would, but we need NQ to catch a bid for any sort of more upside, or we can see a bit of a structural retest of some of these lower areas. Yeah, I do. I have seen him live exactly one time, but it was great. Super nice guy. That's sick. I wonder what caused them to do a track together. So random. Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's not really much to do other than just like, again, slapping like an anchored VWAP off of like one of the more recent lows, right? And then just playing off of this buyer for these kind of positions until you get a structural, more significant structural test. So this would be where you're watching to see if NQ can catch a bid here, now that we've filled the LVN. Russell's still sideways. You'll get used to it. No, I didn't release the video. I'm gonna change a few things in it. I just wanted to see if, like, for the people that I sent it to, if you guys were able to actually make it work. If it had a level of detail that actually, like, made it usable. And then I'm gonna go in and do some adjustments. Yeah, I guess so. This is just a structure test on NQ
In about 10
here.
minutes time, we're expected to
Previous
hit
high.
the Fed's bargain. No
Russell's
text
still holding.
is to be expected, but there will be a Q&A. And similar with the live stream, it's to be determined. But he will be speaking at the Atlanta Economics Club.
Watching as NQ comes back up in this 96. See if this LVN is now our offer. Where you expect sellers to try to defend if they wanted another leg down. If we make it supportive again, then we just keep going, I think, with our current trend. Again, Russell's still holding exactly where we wanted it to. So it's really dependent here on if NQ fails to push back over or not. Everything just bounced at our AB WAPs from our previous buyer. Later, Cass. Sorry, I just saw that. Yeah, it's a slow day, man. It is what it is. In my opinion, there's really been only like one opportunity, and it was the break and hold of balance, and then just chill. Maybe I didn't do a good enough job reiterating that, but I will try to do better in the future. Thought it was clear, but maybe not. Yeah, that's great. It's super important. Know when you're in it and when you're not. Don't try to push through when you're not feeling it. Those are gonna be like your worst days.
Biden says we know prices are still too high.
From now on, I'll try to post a like our two pivots, our
Biden
morning
says he's calling on
pivots,
corporations to
and put it
pass
into like
savings
intraday
on to
ideas
consumers.
in the morning. So that if you aren't here when I originally
And
go
the rest of
over
my
like what
video
I'm
will
looking
get out for you
for,
in the
then
financial
it's still
newsfeed.
playable. Guess that's what I'll probably need to do. Thanks for one place. Problem, man.
And the live stream has been put out on the financial news feed for you to watch.
I feel like there's like a bad connotation around that. Like, you just need one good play a day. I don't know what else to tell you. This is what I mean by like doing market prep or like having a playbook. Like, how is like a value high hold not in your playbook? It's like a basic structural play of like balance is now seller value is now become buyer value. No attempt on the failure to break below value low. Like, is there any reason to try to be scalping this if you can just get in at a good position and then just chill? See it.
That concludes Biden's speech. So I said, not expecting any text from Barkin. There is a Q&A, so it might take a little while, but I said we'll always be on hold.
Is that you, kids? Yeah, I mean, no hate to the other guys, but for me, it's really hard to like focus. Like, there were times where I ended up just like deafening because I needed to trade. There are like too many voices. Like, it's nice for the social commentary and like the podcast and like the comedy aspect, but to like actually trade, it's hard to like know what's noise and what's not. A lot of distraction. But the energy was nice then. We're still just maintaining VWAPs here, just slowly kind of grinding down back to value. It's interesting, but still kind of just maintaining structure. Sorry, there we go. Value is starting to slowly creep up. So now our value high on NQ is up at 7150. Still maintaining our VWAP off of this session. When I refer to the sessions, it's just we get on the new indicator with our pullback levels for value. It also is going to create a anchored VWAP from when that value area was created to let you know if there's just trend or if we should be expecting a pullback. So turn off. You'll notice this white box here, or not box, cloud. This is created every time one of these new value sessions areas are created. And if we are above this red box, that's kind of just showing us that there's like a strong trend in the market and we shouldn't be expecting major pullbacks until we break below this. Until then, you just have a trending market that's going up and isn't the mean revert. It's kind of how we've interpreted it. So we're creating these at our major potential reversals based off time of day. This one came in after our IB close. And now you have just an anchored VWAP off of this, basically now holding. So until I see this break below, there isn't really a reason to look for a push down 70s, but if we ever do see this node become resistance, we will be looking for a retest of the 70 level, where this major node is developed and where value is shifted. Until then, we're just kind of playing off of this this flop with a trending market. Ideally, you guys get a value retest or a VWAP retest off the weekly VWAP when for Mario's session for entries. That'd be nice. Later, Ty. million.
Bitcoin hitting 50k level for the first time since 2021, last up 5.17%.
You want to see buyers step in here on NQ at this 90, or it can come down to 70s pretty quickly? See if NQ will or high or low, or we will be looking push back down to value, which is again at that like 70, 72 level.
Fed's Barkin says we're closing in on the inflation target, but not there yet.
Here's your move then to 70s and bid. Our value retest. See if we get another leg. This is going to be enough. Remember that you have value at 58 on ES, value at 70s on NQ. Our pullback target for the Russell, if we fail to recover POC here at 55s, I will be looking for a move down back to like 44 or 7. As of right now, though, this is where I expect buyers to try to defend. The ideal setup for me here would be a wick into 57 liquidity on ES and an immediate buyer to step in and push us back over value, and then a continuation. But as of right now, it's kind of just two-sided trading, just rotating ticks around value. No real clear winner as of yet. We can look at the Russell and see that it's still showing some weakness. So until that's alleviated, it's going to be pretty hard for us to consider this a great supportive level, but it is our pullback value for buy side. So like this is where we want to see buyers now kind of develop out, but we want to keep an eye on this Russell showing some here. If we don't see 57s, basically do this, push down into here, recover, and then pop off of that. You can expect price to reject value, make that your resistance, and then push down for a deeper retrace down into this area. So it's just something I'm watching, but ideally see bids try to step in here at value. It doesn't show as a failure to hold, and then I retrace back down to the lows. So the way that I'm personally playing this is, again, I was looking for these pushes back down to value high and to the structural test. So I added one contract here at that push into value on ES, and I will continue attempt to add as long as 57 is holding. But if we break below 57s and I don't see buy side liquidity there, then I will stop out of my position. I'm in a decent because my average is 45, I'm more than happy to attempt at value high to add. That just moves my average up to like 52, right? So my average right now is at our weekly. I'm looking for buy side liquidity to be present at 57s, but even if we push down from here and this doesn't hold, my trade will still be profitable on the overall position. So I'm allowing myself to increase potential, just average up, right, on my runner. We've already taken off 2 contracts. So I am trying to add as close as possible to my invalidation. And like, if I don't see like the strong liquidity at this 58, 57 area, then I fully expect this to just come back down to that weekly VWAP area anyways. So I might as well exit that position for profit and then get back in once we come down to that level again.
Hello, guys.
Yo.
What is up?
Waiting to decide value holds or not.
I am so surprised that we just put it another, like, absolutely sideways Globex and then straight pump.
Yeah. Started the day in like a 3-point range.
Yeah, and just ripped.
Yep. As soon as we saw balance high hold. Basically, the only play that I've given today is that break of balance. And then a 20-point short on NQ from 90s to 70. Really not much else to say.
There it is.
So far, our 57 ideas playing. Immediate liquidity found as soon as we went into that. On ES. So no invalidation yet of this high or low average up. Need to see us push over 62s for this to be valid though on ES. But this can still push down to our weekly VWAP. So Mario, I'm in a position from 45s, and then I added an average at 60s. And I said my invalidation be if we didn't see liquidity found at 57 off of that stacked imbalance that's there on the footprint.
Yeah.
So we might as well just come down to our weekly VWAPs if that doesn't hold. That's currently the idea. And then there's this
Sounds
seller
to me.
here at 62. It's gotta go off sides.
Yeah.
So in 10 minutes time now, we do expect to hear comments from Bank of England's Governor Bailey and Fed's Kashkari. So Bank of England's Governor Bailey due to be a text release at the top of the hour. And Fed's Kashkari moderating a discussion with former IBM CEO Ginny Rometty at the Economic Club of Minnesota. Text not expected, but a Q&A is by and led by Kashkari, that is. So live stream is also available, which is accessible via his entry on the calendar if you'd like to watch along.
Did you beat Hogwarts?
Kind of. I've done like most of the quest lines.
Got it.
That's why I say kind of.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know. It's a game where I feel like I'm actually glad I waited because of all the patches and stuff.
Yeah.
Not that it was bad at launch or anything, but Garoto here today?
Yeah. I don't know if he's like active, but yeah, he's here.
I had Mara up after he told me to. That's funny, it just went another 20%.
Yeah, Bitcoin's pushing.
Yeah.
PayPal's almost at the halfway back of the gap.
Is that earnings today? Or did they have earnings last week? I hate this time when there's so many earnings that I just get. They were last week, right? Yeah, last Wednesday.
Trade history. Arts and strat. I don't know what that means. I'm glad you figured it out. You'd think that they would just like have it in a CSV.
So in 5 minutes' time now, we do expect to hear comments from Bank of England's Governor
What are
Bailey,
you talking
who
about?
speaks at Loughborough University, so text is expected. As well, we are expected to hear comments from Fed's Kashkari, who moderates a discussion with the former IBM CEO Ginny Rometty at the Economic Club of Minnesota.
I
Text not
answered
expected,
everyone's
a Q&A
DMs. How
is
dare you?
expected. That's led by Kashkari. Live streams also available, which you can access via his entry on the calendar if you'd like to watch along.
If you message me this weekend, then I haven't responded because I haven't looked.
I want to see this look into like 64 here. The bid's trying pretty decently above 60.
Yeah.
I feel like this might get a little gnarly if they can't look up.
Yes. I basically just see this one like 62 to 64 area is just like a potential absorption until we
Yeah.
make it supportive. I spent the weekend in bed trying to get better, so I have not responded to DMs. I see the last DM you asked, Garoto, was free equals take profit? Yes, the answer is yes. Ugh. Make the trade free. Am I better? I'm like 80% there. We'll see. A bunch of my friends are sick right now as well. Just hoping that I don't get nuked. Yeah, I'm definitely less sick. He responds to the girly pop he speaks on Discord with daily. What? Anyone have a translation for me on that one?
Nope.
Okay. Oh my god. Dubstep.
1 minute to go now to begin the Bank of England Governor Bailey speech, and we are expecting comments from Kashkari, again leading a panel discussion.
Jesus.
ES is really kind of sticky here. We got a super nice NQ move. That 3-bar.
Russell coming into value as NQ comes up to our reoffer. Feel like we get a decision here. Only makes sense. This is a great area to move stops up if you did buy value. It's either 70s on NQ or 60s on ES. Just need to see now if our seller's going to step in again or if we can make this area supportive on a push above. I'm out of here as soon as I exit this trade. Or I just move my stop and then call it a day if I think it's just going to slow grind for the rest. I really wanted to see a better mean reversion, but, you know.
This is that, or was that 64 in ES?
Bank of England's Governor Bailey says, I expect banks to hold larger reserves at the Bank of England than it was the case before the financial crisis. And we have posted out the full speech on the feed for all those interested.
Be watching like 61 3/4, 62 here on ES. A structural retest. Set on top of an FEG there.
Bank of England's Governor Bailey says one remaining puzzle is that the market valuations of the large UK banks. And Bank of England's Bailey adds bank reserves will settle higher than in the past.
Be my Discord for. It's a $5 charge.
Minimum. Yeah, I accepted your friend request.
Huge.
Bank of England's Governor Bailey says I expect the future level of reserves to fall from where it is today, £467 billion.
Lost sectors.
Bank of England's Governor Bailey says banks should use Bank of England liquidity more extensively.
Balancing right
Yeah.
now in finals looks so bad.
It's fun.
Everyone I've watched just looks like a bullet sponge.
Yeah, there's definitely some comp like issues. There's a solo mode that they put out like a week ago. That's really fun.
Just like
But they set your
1v1v1.
class- Well, yeah, it's like 1v. It's 1v1, but it's all like I think it's like 8 or 10
Alright.
people in it. But they like a couple weeks ago when I played it, they like everyone has the same loadout and they made everyone a heavy.
Interesting. So you don't get to pick.
No, so it's like actually everyone is the exact same.
How do respawns work?
It's like just every like 4 seconds or something. You had actually, well, Varg, you played when it came out.
$1 million prize? What's that mean? For Burger King? Oh, is that like the recipe? What'd you put for yours? What's even on a Whopper? I can't remember. Is that the just like an extra wide burger? Oh. Yeah, so it's just like a big burger with mayo, lettuce, tomato, pickle. Oh.
Those full structural retests I was looking for. To start these highs. This will be pretty big pivots here. See with value high on all indices right below as well.
Yeah, the chart I just posted in chat is just like I expect absorption in that red area. Just that's
So
clearly where it
here,
is.
Citigroup says traders need to
And I
price
just
in
wanted to
risk
see a
of
buy
future Fed hikes.
at
Bond
that green
traders
box.
have rightly come more in line with the Federal Reserve's trajectory for the upcoming easing cycle. Strategists at Citigroup say what's missing now is
That's the
traders
range.
hope at hedging the risk of a very brief easing cycle, followed by rate increases shortly thereafter.
We're at the top of the range. There's really not much else. Philly Crisp is a good addition. I wish they would just experiment with some of their like Asian menu items in America. The menus there are just so much better. I don't know why they don't just even have like tester stores for some of those. Experimental fast food? I don't know. I am unfamiliar. You could be right. The supply chains can't handle it. It's such a ridiculous quote. Ohio is the place where people can be free to explore new ideas. The place where good things could happen and not retreat. You know, you saw it with the Wright brothers. Talking about burgers. What? Dude, the innovative square patty from Wendy's was first tested in Ohio. That's huge.
I'd like to see a little bit more of a substantial higher high here, guys.
So it looks like it's mostly in Columbus. So it's just like Ohio State gets all of it. I don't live there. Yeah, true. The culinary innovation capital of America.
Is that what the kids are calling it these days now?
Yep. I'm risking off my 45 position, and I'm now going to just have my 60 position from value low here on ES. FYI. As we come up into the highs. In an ideal world, we just now hold 63s as bid on any
78
retest.
counterparties take $581.568 billion at the Federal Reserve repo operation. So that's $581.568 billion at the Federal Reserve repo.
But we are at our ES reoffer here into 65s. So just want to secure gains as we come back up to this pivot from an hour ago. What's everyone's opinion on hot and sour soup? I think like a tom yum. Is that considered a hot and sour? It's probably the best variant. Tom yum's pretty good. I mean, yeah, I know it's different, but is it in the same like category? Because that'd be my vote for like a sweet and savory spice.
Keeping an eye on Apple here as it approaches daily open. We'll look into like Friday's lower node.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different zine. Hot and sour is Chinese. Filling our imbalance here on NQ fully into the 65.75. I'd love to see for the Russell to now bid over this value high here at 2060 and then make it supportive for upside continuation. That would be ideal.
What was NQ into halfway back? Yes is like much more sticky,
Yeah.
I feel like. This is finally your ES halfway back. We know this like 63, 64 area, quite divisive, and NQ and a value high. You have, like Zig has been saying, a lot of imbalances to the downside if we do get weak here, but these are all pivots.
I really don't want us to lose 63s. Not the end of the world, but it just makes, like, I want this note to kind of hold. Give me a bit more confidence that we don't just come back value high.
I'm flat here.
Need to see a recovery of 63s, or that'll be where your offer sticks. This is value high. 61s on ES. This is why I took off my main position at 65s and left the runner at 60s. I'm now stopped. I'll wait. Russell rejecting value high and failing to push over is a good sign, but again, just back to value. Until we see value become resistance on ES, kind of have to treat this as just like where we're going to rotate ticks until a side chooses.
Let's full node retrace here on NQ coming into VWAP. Yes, obviously this kind of structure, edge of node as well.
Back to our 57 liquidity here on ES. If it doesn't hold, to fully expect us just to go back down to well.
30 seconds here, new 15s, new half hours.
Watching this 47 on NQ. Our first pullback level. Like to see Russell come back down into our POC here at 54.6 as we test this liquidity at 47 NQ. If this doesn't hold, then it's just like, okay, back down to ESV WAP. Morning sauce. If this lifts at all from 47s here in NQ, I fully expect us to just come up to 60s for a reoffer. Just waiting on the Russell to figure out if it needs to come down further. Again, we have a target below for ES down at 52s, and we have POC at 32.75 for NQ. So I'm just waiting to see if we need to come down to this first for a test of VWAP as resistance and GlobeXI as resistance, or if you know, just which way we need to break first for our reoffer. Regardless, though, I expect some sort of relief bounce to retest this GlobeXI and VWAP. Let us know that it wants to continue down. Watching Russell specifically, though, to let us know when that's going to happen.
Russell, what fills this FEG into 54.5? Be about everything filled done. CS has a couple more points, but
See a test here on NQ. And Russell, if you're short, this would be just like move stops down, see if liquidity is present. CS comes down into view up at the same time. In ideal world, sellers are able to defend 40s for one final push down, but it's fine if it recovers. You're just looking for 47s to be recovered and supportive. Remember, we gotta get back over Globex highs for this to fully retrace, or your sellers are just gonna be positioned here. If 40s continue to hold offer on NQ, I'd be looking specifically 18. Push into our value low here on 18 as ES is in up. Either a bid holds or this bit more aggressive potential here. If buyers see no value at VWAP, my final trade and either recovery of on an or a push down Globex high, yes, and then I'm out. There's like a pretty solid potential for that 44, 45 area. There's a lot of liquidity present down there.
Slowed down a little bit here. Not say the bid is necessarily. I mean, it did step in into 49s, but it's not super strong. It's more that the sellers are weakening a bit here, which makes sense, but. This 45 is going to be the main look if we just grind this.
VWAP on ES and these 18. If our offer sticks there. The way that I see it is like you have two tests. You have either a test that we need to come back up and retest this LVN of us. There's potential sell side. Or we push below Globex low and make that your resistance. Seller doesn't meet. So it's just like, does Globex low now hold as supportive? Or do we look below and then get continuation? Or does Globex low now hold as support? Pushed back up to the cap. Sure is two things watching for. Either acceptance below Globex low or a push back into this LVN of why I'm focused on this pretty on NQ.
Minutes time now. We do get the US federal budget balance forecast minus 22 billion on the prior of minus 129 billion.
for that 18 now. See what happens as we come up into this LVN on NQ. These are your retests basically, and yes, weekly VWAP and your sell side liquid actually. You going back to studying, Bark? Why a month break? That's 10 points if you shorted 18. We might stop the break even here.
Apple, worth noting here, bounce this value low and then retesting VWAP now. The rest of the underlines are just trading with indices here. Look to 30s just makes sense if 18s show bid at all.
The US federal
here.
budget balance forecast minus
They're
22
tempting
billion,
right now.
on the prior of minus 129 billion.
Until then, just expect the offer to continue to just try to sit here. As we push into 30 on NQ off of the hold of 18, I'll be looking for a seller to be there again, and then a rebid of 18 ideal. Come back down into this and see if that seller is going to be present again, or if buyers are willing to defend what this high. Either we get a strong rebid here, or we just look above PLC and then at the hold without needing this task. Up into it, how strong sell side is.
One minute remaining till we get the US federal budget balance.
You have news in 1 minute. If you guys have the news spot muted, just an FYI.
Ten seconds. Minus 21.9 billion, minus 21.9 billion. That's lower than the forecast of minus 21 billion.
If liquidity is willing to hold here at 18s off the push down, this fails, then I would be looking for a new, at least a push down to Globex low. I really want 18s to hold here. It just makes sense. Like either liquidity is gonna hold the low of that LVN, or we're just gonna go and fill it. And you just look to see if the bid is able to like hold the low now on 18s. Right? It's like the balance, edge. Yep. And like you'll know if you'll get upside confirmation if 30s ever become supportive if you're bidding off of 18s. Until then, that's your risk off. But that's how I scalp. It's kind of garbage. Like if you can get a couple trades that are like 10 to 15 points on NQ, but like you're pretty like confident in there being liquidity present, you don't need huge moves to make money. You just need like, again, confident areas of like where you can actually execute. Especially for like first tests and stuff like that. Like the 18 short on the first test gave like, and then the hold of it. So we're now gonna come back up to POC at least. And now like off the failure, we've got our new level at what's this, 1800 exactly. 2 o'clock reversals. I'm just waiting for this to see if our last session zones play off of the indicator for forward testing, and then I'm out. I'll let my dog out, go on a walk, and then I'll be back for class after session. After the market closes. Okay. We're watching to see if liquidity steps in again, or if Globex low is going to stay off of the failure.
Spoke about this like 15 minutes ago, but once again, Apple on a VWAP test this time from the upside down.
Christoph 2 into 18, so until we see that become supportive. Personal target. Left to break even.
Bank of England's Governor Bailey says I wouldn't put too much weight on whether the UK enters a technical recession. And Bank of England's Governor Bailey adds we are beginning to see signs of an upturn.
Like 4 minutes till new 15s. Kind of at the end of that and into the new half hour, I would like to see us probe over VWAP if there's a desire to. On ES, that is.
Bank of England's Governor Bailey says any UK recession will be shallow. Bank of England's Governor Bailey says I'm putting more emphasis on forward-looking data.
Decent chance for the seller to get screwed here. Buyers can maintain this momentum. Watching this 5150, yeah, specifically where that guy just positioned. What like depends on and basically that doesn't hold, so I don't see why we go higher. Got stopped out of my last runner. Alright, I'm out of here. I'll see you guys in 2 hours.
Goodbye. We'll see
Peace.
if we actually have anything this afternoon.
Yeah.
I have a feeling we're gonna get a move somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm still not really sure where.
Peace. I'm out for the rest of the session, guys. I will see you all tomorrow if you're premium, and if you're not, I will see you on Wednesday for the stream. Throw us a like if you appreciate it. If not, it is what it is. See you guys Wednesday. Peace.